Audio Jungle. 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 Jungle. Audio 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 Jungle. Jungle. Audio 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 Jungle.
Hello everyone, it is now time for the lunch break. Enjoy your lunch and do remember to come back for the afternoon session at 2 p.m.
Audio Jungle. Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Jungle. Audio 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 Jungle.
My name is David Hind, and I'm president of the My name is David Hind, and I'm president of the Asia Pacific Institute for Events Management. We abbreviate Asia Pacific Institute for Events Management to APIEM. APIEM has been established to contribute to the professionalization of the events industry in Asia Pacific. We do this in three main ways. First of all, we accredit universities, polytechnics and colleges that offer an events curriculum that is of an international standard. We also organize our own events through APIEM Events Management Services. We organize conferences, seminars and workshops in a variety of different countries throughout the Asia Pacific region. And finally, we have our own professional qualifications, the APIEM Certified Event Management Qualifications. These qualifications are of an international standard and they are aligned to the United Kingdom event industry national occupational standards. So please do visit our website www.theapm.com for further information about APIEM.
Welcome to Taylor's University.
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 Today, we're going to get hands-on with these racing cars. Today, we're live streaming with a chef from France. Today, you'll judge what happens next. Today's about collaborative brainstorming. Today, we take on research that changes lives. Today was a success.
Taylors, we strive to provide more than just an education. We equip our students with the skills and attitudes to become successful entrepreneurs and leaders. The value of our degrees is also enhanced by our high-impact, internationally recognised research. Our growing reputation for both teaching and research is placing Taylors on course to become one of Asia's elite universities.
The Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management, UiTM, was formed in 1967. It is the pioneer hospitality faculty in Malaysia, which offers hospitality programs. Since then, we have produced more than 70,000 graduates. We offer undergraduates and postgraduate programs that covers hotel management, tourism management, food service management, food service management with entrepreneurship, culinary art and gastronomy, pastry arts, located at the main campus in Puncak Alam. The faculty also runs its programs in 5 other branch campuses in Terengganu, Penang, Sarawak, Sabah, and Malacca. The faculty focus is in line with the nation's aspiration to produce professionals in the field of hospitality and tourism. Therefore, the main objective of the faculty is to increase the number of skilled and well-trained Bumiputera to fulfill the needs of the industry. In producing good quality graduates, we provide world-class facilities and conducive offline and online learning environment, designed and built to simulate the real industry experience of leading hospitality, tourism, and culinary establishment. We work hard to strengthen the industry collaboration and partnerships with employers to ensure students are equipped with the latest development of the industry. As a result, our graduates were highly demanded locally and internationally, fulfilling the needs of industry-ready and highly capable talent. With the tagline, committed to nurturing talent, passion and innovation, we aspire to give continuous commitment in producing quality graduates who will become the backbone of the tourism and hospitality industry in Malaysia. With aggressive networking, internationalization, branding and curriculum improvement, we promise to remain committed to making Malaysia as a must-visit destination in the world. The newest edition of the QS World University Rankings by Subject 2020 places the Faculty of the Hotel and Tourism Management in 31st position among the university institutions specialized in the area of hospitality and leisure management.
Faculty of Sports Science and Recreation, University of Mara, is the only faculty among all the universities in the country that offers professional programs in the field of sports science and recreation. Since established in 1995, our graduates keep contributing to the development of sports in Malaysia and all over the world.
Our academic curriculum design is to help students to enhance their professional skill competency to adapt with the 21st century demand and grow stronger with the industry evolving towards the fourth revolution.
Teamwork, leadership, critical thinking and management skills are among the many criteria that we focus on the students. We want our product to become independent and able to fit in the industry and always come up with new ideas. In these faculties, we are open to new ideas to bring new developments for the sports industry, also bringing them to the sports retailing.
So yes, anyone can be a coach or any sports practitioner without getting proper education at university level. But you wouldn't gain the theoretical understanding and practice it at a higher level. It is very essential that our students get placement opportunities in professional club or any professional sports related organization.
This faculty will support our lecturers and students to conduct research. We provide full commitment to assist students during their study, and we are open to new ideas in research. FSR also love to practice the culture of writing and publish scientific articles.
Hi, Faculty of Sports Science and Recreation UiTM. Welcome anyone who like to develop their skills and enhance their knowledge to become professional. So, come here and join us.
Faculty of Sports Science and Recreation, University of Mara, is the only faculty among all the universities in the country that offers professional program in the field of sports science and recreation. Since established in 1995, our graduates keep contributing to the development of sports in Malaysia and all over the world.
Our academic curriculum design is to help students to enhance their professional skill competency to adapt with the 21st century demand and grow stronger with the industry evolving towards the fourth revolution.
Teamwork, leadership, critical thinking and management skills are among the many criteria that we focus on the students. We want our product to become independent and able to fit in the industry and always come up with new ideas. In these faculties, we are open to new ideas to bring new developments for the sports industry, also bringing them to the sports retailing.
So yes, anyone can be a coach or any sports practitioner without getting proper education at university level, but you wouldn't gain the theoretical understanding and practice it at a higher level. It is very essential that our students get placement opportunities in professional club or any professional sports related organization.
This faculty will support our lecturers and students to conduct research. We provide full commitment to assist students during their study, and we are open to new ideas in research. FSR also love to practice the culture of writing and publish scientific articles.
Hi, Faculty of Sports Science and Recreation UiTM welcome anyone who like to develop their skills and enhance their knowledge to become professional. So, come here and join us.
Don't you know I'm no good for you? I've learned to lose, you can't afford to. Tore my shirt to saw you bleeding, but nothing ever solves you bleeding. Call you when I'm coming home and I'm on my own. How could I say I like it like that, like it like that? How could I say I like it like that, like it like that? Dun, 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 dun. Don't you know too much already? I'll only hurt you if you let me. Call me friend, but keep me closer. Call me back, and I'll call you when the party's over. Call you when I'm coming home and I'm on my own. How could I say I like it like that, like it like that? How could I say I like it like that, like it like that?
Zebra Pen is one of the leading Japanese-based stationery brand. The company had a marvelous history of producing quality writing instruments since 1914. Today, Zebra Pen has successfully expanded its product in over 50 countries worldwide. Zebra Pen offers great ball pen, highlighter, pen, gel pen, mechanical pencil, brush pen, and a good range of other stationery.
My name is David Hind, and I'm President of the Asia Pacific Institute for Events Management. We abbreviate Asia Pacific Institute for Events Management to APIEM. APIEM has been established to contribute to the professionalization of the events industry in Asia Pacific. We do this in three main ways. First of all, we accredit universities, polytechnics and colleges that offer an events curriculum that is of an international standard. We also organise our own events through APIEM Events Management Services. We organise conferences, seminars and workshops in a variety of different countries throughout the Asia Pacific region. And finally, we have our own professional qualifications, the APIEM Certified Event Management Qualifications. These qualifications are of an international standard and they are aligned to the United Kingdom event industry national occupational standards. So please do visit our website www.vapm.com for further information about APIEM.
Welcome to Taylor's University.
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 Today, we're going to get hands-on with these racing cars. Today, we're live streaming with a chef from France. Today, you'll judge what happens next. Today's about collaborative brainstorming. Today, we take on research that changes lives. Today was a success.
At Taylor's, we strive to provide more than just an education. We equip our students with the skills and attitudes to become successful entrepreneurs and leaders. The value of our degrees is also enhanced by our high-impact, internationally recognized research.
Today, we're live streaming with a chef from France. Today, you'll judge what happens next. Today's about collaborative brainstorming. Today, we take on research that changes lives. Today was a success.
At Taylor's, we strive to provide more than just an education. We equip our students with the skills and attitudes to become successful entrepreneurs and leaders. The value of our degrees is also enhanced by our high-impact, internationally recognized research. Our growing reputation for both teaching and research is placing Taylor's on course to become one of Asia's elite universities.
UiTM is a place of academic excellence, with the goal of bringing world-class expertise into Malaysian soil. Our Faculty of Business and Management, FBM, remains the biggest business faculty in the nation. The Faculty of Business and Management in UiTM has forged a path to success. Currently, FBM has accumulated over 37,000 students across 12 campuses around Malaysia. As the biggest faculty in Malaysia, FBM is home to 5 business departments. Thanks to the efforts of our FBM family, we have won 5 prestigious awards in 2018. Our efforts have paid off as we achieve various prestigious awards and accreditation from various agencies and bodies. One of FBM's biggest academic success is being selected in the 2019 and 2020 subject QS ranking for 3 subjects: Accounting and Finance, Business and Management Studies, as well as Economics and Econometrics. As of 2020, we have about 60 HRDF certified trainers in the faculty. We believe that the number will only grow bigger in the future. Immerse yourself in our spacious lecture halls and classrooms where your great ideas take shape. Hone your practical business skills by taking part in UiTM's Ringgit Mart, a store run by UiTM students, and take on real business. Over the years, FBM has never shied away from prestigious projects and collaborations with industrial giants. We have also worked alongside universities all over the world in various projects and events. With FBM, you can be one of the brightest, most talented graduates to ever grace our professional field.
Hello and Assalamu alaikum. I'm Prof. Nuriati, the Dean and Faculty of Business and Management. As you can see, the success story of our faculty is attributed to the commitment, strong support of staff, students, alumni, as well as our stakeholder. At the Faculty of Business and Management, we strive to be the best and unleash our students' potential. We are committed to shape our students' mind to be inspiring, innovative, and responsible individuals. Come and find your future at the Faculty of Business and Management. See you soon.
Dream big with the Faculty of Business and Management, FBM. Business beyond usual.
The Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management, UiTM, was formed in 1967. It is the pioneer hospitality faculty in Malaysia, which offers hospitality programs. Since then, we have produced more than 70,000 graduates. We offer undergraduates and postgraduate programs that covers hotel management, tourism management, food service management, food service management with entrepreneurship, culinary art and gastronomy, pastry arts. Located at the main campus in Puncak Alam, the faculty also runs its programs in 5 other branch campuses in Terengganu, Penang, Sarawak, Sabah, and Malacca. The faculty focus is in line with the nation's aspiration to produce professionals in the field of hospitality and tourism. Therefore, the main objective of the faculty is to increase the number of skilled and well-trained Bumiputera to fulfill the needs of the industry. In producing good quality graduates, we provide world-class facilities and conducive offline and online learning environment, designed and built to simulate the real industry experience of leading hospitality, tourism, and culinary establishment. We work hard to strengthen the industry collaboration and partnerships with employers to ensure students are equipped with the latest development of the industry. As a result, our graduates were highly demanded locally and internationally, fulfilling the needs of industry-ready and highly capable talent. With the tagline, committed to nurturing talent, passion and innovation, we aspire to give continuous commitment in producing quality graduates who will become the backbone of the tourism and hospitality industry in Malaysia. With aggressive networking, internationalization, branding and curriculum improvement, we promise to remain committed to making Malaysia as a must-visit destination in the world. The newest edition of the QS World University Rankings by Subject 2020 places the Faculty of the Hotel and Tourism Management in 31st position among the university institutions specialized in the area of hospitality and leisure management.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a good lunch and are ready for the second half of the conference.
Yes, we hope you had an excellent 2 hours break. Did you have a good lunch, Ting?
Yes, I did. I'm all up and recharged for our next session. How about you, Kiki?
Yeah, same goes for me. I can't wait to listen to all of our keynote speakers' presentation after this.
Yeah, that sounds really good. Now, without wasting any time, we're going to open our afternoon session with speeches from representatives of the organizers of this event.
First of all, we're going to welcome Professor David Hind, the president of the Asia Pacific Institute for Event Management, to give his speech. The stage is yours, Professor.
Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me to give a short speech at the beginning of our afternoon session today. I'm just going to give some background information about AVEC2, the second Asia Pacific Virtual Events Conference, and then I'll say a few words about today's conference. We started the AVEC series in 2020. And we started with AVEC1, the first Asia Pacific Virtual Events Conference, as a result of the coronavirus pandemic. In 2020, we know that we could not meet in person. Events all over the world were cancelled because of the restrictions that were placed upon us. But it was important that we continued to have opportunities to share contemporary research findings at a conference. So in consultation between Asia Pacific Institute for Events Management and the fantastic School of Hospitality, Tourism and Events at Taylor's University, we created AVEC, the Asia Pacific Virtual Events Conference. Our first conference was organized on the 25th of November, 2020, and it took place in an afternoon over the course of 4 hours. It was a fantastic opportunity for students studying events at Taylor's University to develop and practice their skills in organizing an event using virtual technology to an international standard. Following on from the success of AVEC1, we decided to organize AVEC2. And AVEC2 is being organized by APIEM, School of Hospitality, Tourism and Events at Taylor's University, and our wonderful new partner, University Technology Mara. And from University Technology Mara, we have 3 faculties contributing to the success of AVEC2. The Faculty of Business and Management, the Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management, and the Faculty of Sports Science and Recreation. So this year, AVEC2 is bigger than AVEC1 last year, but the principles remain the same: an opportunity to bring together events researchers from many different countries, speaking on many different topics, to experience a virtual event that's organized to international best practice standards. AVEC2 has expanded from AVEC1. AVEC1 took place on a single afternoon for 4 hours. This year, AVEC2 spans an entire day. We started at 10 o'clock this morning with our opening speeches. We then had our paper presentations, a lunch break, and now we are into our afternoon session where we are focusing on our keynote speakers. This year, AVEC2 has incorporated many of the features of AVEC1. We have digital souvenirs for you to take. we have a conference library that will be available 24/7. We have fantastic keynote speakers. And this year, we're also providing a networking session for our participants right at the end of the conference so that you can meet with other participants, get to know them, and share ideas. So this year, AVEC2 has expanded beyond what we were able to offer in 2020 with the first Asia Pacific Virtual Events Conference. The second principle that we've used in designing our series of AVEC conferences is that they are organized by students. And this is a very important part of the principles for AVEC. Students have worked so hard behind the scenes to bring today the conference that we are enjoying. For AVEC2, 120 students from University Technology Mara and Taylor's University have been working over the last 3 months to put together today's conference. Our students have been working in marketing, developing the marketing communication strategy, the Secretariat Committee, keeping everybody together and moving forward on our strategic and operational plan, our technical committee to bring the technology that we're using today to perfection, our academic paper review committee to review the papers and to suggest improvements for the paper presenters, and our proceedings team who will be publishing the abstracts from our conference later this week. So the principles are that it's a virtual conference when we can't meet in person, and also a fantastic learning experience for the students to understand the principles of organizing a virtual event to international best practice standards. So having given some background information about AVEC, I now just want to say a big word of thanks to each of the partners who have contributed to the success of today's conference. A big thank you to the Executive Planning Committee from the School of Hospitality, Tourism and Events at Taylor's. A big thank you to the Executive Planning team from Faculty of Business and Management, Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management, and the Faculty of Sports Science and Recreation at University Technology Mara. We started our planning in February 2021. We've had monthly progress review planning meetings ever since, and that is why today's conference is taking place. We've had detailed discussions, we've had overview sites of the progress that our students have been making, and hopefully everything has worked so well today that the conference is a big success. So on behalf of myself, David Hind, President of the Asia Pacific Institute for Events Management, please really enjoy this afternoon's keynote presentations. Ask as many questions as you would like to our keynote speakers. They are all experts in their field. And also, please take photo images of yourselves watching the conference and share these photo images with us through our social media. So don't forget to take photo images of no matter where you are in the world, no matter the location you're using to view our conference, take a photo image and share it with us through social media. So thank you so much for inviting me to give a short speech at the start of today's session. And it's my pleasure now to hand back to our MCs.
Thank you so much, Professor David Hein. It is great to have been able to contribute to the second Asia Pacific Virtual Events Conference, and I'm very sure that all of the committees and teams have been really glad to be a part of this entire progress of making this virtual event an excellent one. And we really hope that this event will be an incredible success, just like the first one, and that all future events will also get bigger and bigger. Definitely also share all those pictures on social media, like you said, and you can tag us actually at revive.2021_ on Instagram. So thank you so much again, Professor David. Next, let us give a warm welcome to Professor Dr. Nityananthan Ari Raghavan, the Executive Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences and Leisure Management of Taylor's University.
Thanks. Thank you to the Master of Ceremony. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon to our honorable guests, distinguished keynote speakers, presenters, and participants. It's a great pleasure to welcome all of you and to be part of the second Asia Pacific Virtual Event Conference. We are delighted to see a large number of participants together with us on Zoom and Facebook live streaming. As I've been informed by the organizers that the participants joining us today are from Malaysia, the Philippines, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, India, Australia, and a few more countries. This second edition of the AVEC is again a great success. This conference is being planned since January 2021 with a collaboration between the Asia Pacific Institute for Events Management, University Technology Mara, and Taylor's University. We are grateful to APIEM and its president, Professor David Hein, for inviting Taylor's University to collaborate and on the organization of this conference for the second time. I would like to also thank Professor Nuryati, Professor Mohad Arnizu, and Associate Professor Muhammad Hafiz, Deans and Deputy Dean of UiTM for their support rendered to this event. As all of you may be aware, the COVID-19 pandemic hit the world hard since January last year. It has affected most of the tourism sectors, including the event industry, which I think is also hit very hard. Therefore, I believe the idea of AVEC that has been initiated by Professor David Hein is a wonderful platform of a transition between industry research and potential contribution to the event industry. The event management industry needs to reinvent itself and adopt technological innovation for the future. I would like to thank the keynote speakers, Dato Ammar, Dr. Rob Harris, Dr. Anukrati, and Dato Sri Dr. Irmohizam for sharing your knowledge and experience with us today. It's a privilege for us to have industry professionals for this conference. We are happy to see a group of committed and passionate students from the event management program work extremely hard to ensure this conference is able to provide an exceptional experience to all participants. The conference centers around new research in the area of event industry and more so given the impact of the pandemic to the event management industry. I would like to express my gratitude to APIEM and UiTM for their immense contribution and partnership in organizing this conference. Once again, thank you for your presence and participation. Have a wonderful conference ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you to Professor Nitya for your kind words. It was a pleasure to have you here with us today. It was great to be able to collaborate with Taylor's University to make this conference work. We also hope that all audience will be able to receive all the great inputs that our keynote speakers will give on later. Next, we will pass the floor to Professor Dr. Nuryati Ahmad, the Dean of the Faculty of Business and Management from University Technology Mara.
Okay, all right. Sorry, some technical glitches. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much to our two lovelies MC for the day. Professor David Hein, President, Asia Pacific Institute for Event Management. Professor Dr. Nityananthan Raghavan, Executive Dean, Faculty of Social Science and Leisure Management, Taylor's University. Associate Professor Dr. Hafiz Muhammad Salihuddin Muhammad Zahari, Deputy Dean of Academic, Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management, UiTM, Professor Dr. Muhammad Anizul Muhammad Noor, Dean Faculty of Sports Science and Recreation, esteemed and distinguished keynote speakers, Datuk Sri Dr. Haji Irmohizam Ibrahim, the Group Executive Director, World Trade Center, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, as well as the member of the Board of Directors, University Technology, Mara, Dr. Rob Harris, Principal Event Training, Australia, Associate Professor Dr. Anukrati Sharma, University of Kota, Rajasthan, India, Dr. Ammar Abdul Ghapar, Senior Director of International Promotion, Europe, America, Oceania, Tourism, Malaysia, distinguished delegates, respected participants, ladies and gentlemen. Very good afternoon, evening, greetings, Assalamu alaikum and Selamat datang. It is my great pleasure and privilege to welcome all of you to the second Asia Pacific Virtual Event Conference, AVEC2. The annual conference provides an open platform for scholars and practitioners to discuss issues, challenges, and research findings related to the event or MICE industry in the Asia Pacific, while expanding networks during current COVID-19 pandemic via a virtual conference. I'm also delighted and proud to announce that this event, as mentioned by Prof. David, as well as Prof. Nitan, is jointly organized by the Asia Pacific Event Management, 3 faculties from UiTM, mainly the Faculty of Business and Management, Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management, Faculty of Sports Science and Recreations, and of course, our partner, Taylor's University. I hope that these collaborations will continue in the future, since it further strengthens the relationship among the 5 parties involved and, of course, provides greater opportunity for us to learn, exchange views, and share experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, it has now been almost 2 years where COVID-19 pandemic has left a deep scar on the MICE and hospitality industries. The COVID-19 pandemic has fast-tracked the development of digitalization, where we could see social media has skyrocketed, the appearance of new sales channel and more marketing activity becoming digitalized focused. Virtual meetings, conferences, exhibitions have suddenly become the most vital platform during the pandemic. Nevertheless, this does not mean the end of the face-to-face event, but in actual fact, the virtual events offer a great alternative when meeting in person isn't possible. Suddenly, there is a huge opportunity for everyone in the industry to expand and attract participants globally using technological solutions. And all this has triggered the affected industry to rethink, redefine, and reshape the industry for them to emerge stronger during and after the turbulence created by this notorious COVID-19. I sincerely appreciate the conference organizing committee members, keynote speakers, and session chairs, without whose generous contribution, this conference would not become a reality. Thank you, each one of you, for attending this conference and bringing your expertise to our gathering. Finally, I hope that all our participants from different countries will immersively benefit from the session and carry forward the message to the academic and industrial communities. Do take care, stay safe and healthy, and have a wonderful second Asia Pacific Virtual Event Conference session. Good day.
Thank you to Professor Dr. Noyati for being with us today and having the afternoon speech. It is great to see how we have been able to overcome COVID-19 with our virtual events and also how we have been able to adapt digitally. We also really hope that all participants use the information given here today wisely. Next, we would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Hafiz Muhammad Hanafia, Deputy Dean of the Research and Industry Linkage of Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management, University Technology Mara.
Thank you, Madam MC. Dato Sri Dr. Haji Irmohizam Ibrahim, Group Executive Director, World Trade Center, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and also the member of the Board of Directors of University Technology Mara, UiTM, Associate Professor Dr. Anukrati Sharma, Head of Department Faculty of Commerce and Management, University of Kota, Rajasthan, India, our Dato Dr. Ammar Ghapar, Adjunct Professor, University Technology Mara, the Senior Director, International Promotions, Ministry of Tourism Malaysia, Dr. Rob Harris, Principals, Event Training Australia, and Adjunct Professor of Taylor's University, Prof. Nitya, Prof. Anizu, and Prof. Nuriati, our AVEC2 patrons, honorable researchers, guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for joining us at the second Asia Pacific Virtual Events Conference. On behalf of Prof. Salihuddin, the Dean of the Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management, UiTM Malaysia, I bid you a very warm welcome to Malaysia virtually. We are indeed honored to have everyone here with us. And as all of you are aware, we are in the midst of crisis like no other. I mean, the pandemic has sent shockwave through the global economy, and perhaps the COVID-19 virus, no boundaries, no race, no religions. And unfortunately, tourism continues to be one of the sectors hardest hit by the coronavirus pandemic, especially the event sectors. Nonetheless, I believe that the outlook for recovery is quite promising, and perhaps AVEC2 today is a reflection of how the tourism industry is ready to move forward. Well, with the Faculty of Hotel and Tourism reputation as one of the leading faculty offering hospitality and tourism education in Malaysia, I believe that AVEC provides a platform to exchange insights on the growing interest in the event management realm, especially among the hospitality and tourism academia and industry players. Well, it was actually extraordinary that even with the pandemic COVID-19, we have the privilege of holding our conference virtually. I was actually informed that we have more than 500 participants yesterday and today from various countries gathered here today and making our conference a truly international one. As one of the patrons of this year's conference, I believe that the efforts and cooperation of everyone involved in this year's conference should be applauded. Thank you, APIEM, Taylor's University, and UiTM. To conclude, I wish to thank warmly the APIEM President, Prof. David Hein, and the AVEC partners on the leadership and support towards organizing this virtual event. Besides that, my special thanks also goes to our faculty representative, Associate Professor Dr. Hasnawi and Mr. Alif Ashraf, for your commitment and support flying the faculty flag high. Last but not least, I would like to wish all participants a most rewarding experience during AVEC2 and my best wishes for a fruitful scholarly discourse. See you again, hopefully at AVEC3 2022. Wassalam.
Thank you so much for this speech, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Hafiz Muhammad Hanifia, and thank you for joining us for the afternoon session. Okay, lastly, we would like to welcome also from University Technology Mara, Professor Dr. Mohad Anizu Muhammad Noor, Dean of the Faculty of Sports Science and Recreation.
Thank you very much, the MC. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon. Professor David Hein, President of APIEM, Yang Bahagia Dato Sri IR Dr. Haji Irmohizam Ibrahim, Group Executive Director, World Trade Center Kuala Lumpur, also as a UiTM member of Board Director. My counterparts from UiTM, Prof. Nuriati, Professor Dr. Hafiz, as well as other universities in Malaysia, and organizing committees, all distinguished delegates, students, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to welcome you to this APIEM conference held virtually. Today is the day of bringing together researchers, scholars, and even professionals to share up-to-date research and best practice in the subject discipline of event, or MICE. On behalf of the Faculty of Sports Science and Recreation, I would like to thank the conference committees that consist of well-experienced lecturers in event management and the students from the Faculty of Business Management, UiTM, Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management, UiTM, Faculty of Sports Science and Recreation, UiTM, and also Faculty of Social Science and Leisure Management of Tellus University Malaysia for the success in organizing this virtual conference. I know that they work extremely hard and put lots of effort into the past 1 year. I was made known by Associate Professor Dr. Raziana Muhammad Qasim that headed the marketing committee that this collaboration indeed had given valuable experience and knowledge to our undergraduate students, namely the last semester SR 241 Part 5 and this semester student from SR 111 Part 5. The teamwork between our students and the students from Tellus University added value in building their self-confidence and improving their communication skills. Nevertheless, most importantly, with Professor David Hind's guidance in sharing the tips of marketing and international event. Good job, guys. Once again, we would like to express our gratitude to APIEM, especially to the President, Professor David Hind, for this collaboration. Not forgotten, many thanks to those in the virtual second AVEC conference and best wishes for your success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Mohad Aniza Muhammad Noor, for the speech. I am sure that this collaboration has been an excellent and useful experience for all students from Tellus University and University Technology Mara, and I have definitely enjoyed working with everyone in all teams. Once again, a big thank you to all the representatives of the organizers of this event for their afternoon speeches. Now, let us move on to our very first keynote speaker of today's conference. We have incredibly experienced industry professionals here today as our speakers. Reminder that we will also have a question and answer session after each keynote speaker, and we will be using Pigeonhole. You may find the link in the chat box as well as the password, which is AVEC 2021, which is all in capital letters. You may also vote for your favorite questions that you would like us to ask. And now, let us welcome our very first keynote speaker. First up is Dato Sri Dr. Haji Irmohizam Ibrahim, the Group Executive Director and Group Managing Director of World Trade Center Kuala Lumpur, and the first Malaysian named as the Chair of Conferences and Exhibitions Asia Pacific, Member Advisory Council, World Trade Centers Association, member of the Board of Directors of UiTM, and adjunct professor of Tellus University. He will be presenting about Malaysia as a destination for worldwide events. A big welcome to him. Questions that you would like us to ask?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon. Thank you to the wonderful MC for today. First and foremost, Professor David Hind, President Asia Pacific Institute for Events Management, Professor Dr. Nitya Nathan Ari Raghavan, Executive Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences and Leisure Management, Tellus University, Professor Dr. Nur Hayati Ahmad, Dean, Faculty of Business and Management, University Technology Mara, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Haris Hanafiah, Deputy Dean, Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management, University Technology Mara, Associate Professor Dr. Mohad Anizu Muhammad Noor, Dean of Faculty of Sports Science and Recreation, University Technology Mara, keynote speakers, lecturers, and dear participants. I would like to thank the committee for having me this afternoon. And this is such a great initiative to ensure that the event industry or business event industry is always moving forward and creating new ways of forms of attractions and innovation to sustain its dynamic, especially post-COVID-19. Before we move on, allow me to introduce myself. I believe that the MCs have introduced me, but despite of the board members of UiTM, I'm also a Tellus University adjunct professor. I'm also one of the board members for my trade, which is National External trade exporter under Ministry of International Trade also. And I would like to integrate my talk into three things, where I'm going to speak on Malaysia, the destinations of worldwide events, and I would like to keep it sweet and short. And first of all, to start with the event associations in Malaysia. My assistant Zafira is assisting me with the slide together with my presentation. Next slide, please. This is what I'd like to share with you. I believe that some of you maybe know NASIOS, but I would like to share with you. Back in 1990, when business tourism was barely recognized by many, the Malaysian Association of Convention and Exhibition Organizers and Suppliers, MASIOS, was incepted with the objective of developing and raising the standards of business events industry nationwide. I also one of the advisors of MASIOS, where with nearly 3 decades of upholding the industry, MASIOS has evolved over the years, but continues to play its strong role in strategically reforming the business event. The association is the mandated representative of its members, where World Trade Center Association, World Trade Center Kuala Lumpur also is part of MASIOS, who hail from various business establishments, including professional exhibitions and conference organizers, venue providers, destinations management, and event management companies, to other affiliated members, including stand contractors, AV, logistics, airlines, travels and tours, and more. And MASIOS initiates constructive growth through various activities that focuses on industry development, business facilitation, and building human capital for the future. Positioning itself as the voice of the industry, MASIOS will be driving efforts to represent business event players holistically by promoting innovation, development, advocacy, and education. And I also stress that MASIOS need to work as industry leaders with various education institutions to ensure the relevancy of this industry. And another thing also I would like to share, the business event ecosystem and value chain, which is based on the slide being shown, where you can see how important business event, especially in Malaysia, the ecosystem reflects with customers, organizers, venue operators, services. Imagine, during pandemic COVID-19, this is a thing that occurs to all the industry players, especially in Malaysia. Next slide, please. Another association that is relatively important in industry is MISEC, where it was established in 2009 by the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture Malaysia to further strengthen Malaysian business tourism brand and position for the international business event markets. And their vision is that to make sure that Malaysia is one of the world's preferred international business event destination. And secondly, the mission is to deliver viable portfolio of international business event to attract business visitors to Malaysia and to enhance the country's profile internationally. And part of MISEC, World Trade Center Association, World Trade Center Kuala Lumpur is also part of MISEC. We work together, especially to give our views and our suggestions on the opening the business event industry post-pandemic COVID-19, especially to make sure that how we can adhere the SOPs to at least win-win situation with the needs of Ministry of Health together to promote Malaysia domestic economy in business event And now we are promoting the international events to be held seriously and more, especially in Malaysia. Next slide, please. Now I would like to share with you with the International Events Association. Maybe some of you has engaged with them, but I would like to share with you where some of the international event associations around the world. The first one is ICA, where International Congress and Convention Association, UIA, Union of International Associations, UFI, Union of International, the Global Association of the Exhibition Industry, IAPCO, the International Association of Professional Congress Organizers, IAEE, the International Association of Exhibitions and Events, WTCA, World Trade Center Association, AFICA, AFECA, the Asian Federation of Exhibition and Convention Associations, AACVB, Association of Convention and Visitors Bureaus, and PCMA, Professional Convention Management Association. For me, I already engaged closely with them, especially this post-pandemic COVID-19, how we can to put Malaysia on the map, especially World Trade Center Kuala Lumpur, to bring as many international events to Malaysia. Next slide, please. Now, I would like to share with you the WTCA map. This is the thing that my role as the one of the affiliate members in Malaysia, in the world, World Trade Center KL, where we are having membership of 320 members around the world, including more than 90 WTCs in the Asia Pacific regions, and the associations provides a strategic advantage in allowing WTCs a tap into a vast network of expertise and experience globally. Many forums and virtual meetings have been hosted by WTCA to get all its affiliates connected and share best practices that every World Trade Center is doing. It is even more important now that ever during the pandemic, as these events ensure that there is a continuity in staying connected and to diversify the trading services that the centers provide. And let me share with you, the headquarters is in New York. Even now, we always had a meeting as a chairman of the Asia Pacific Convention and Exhibition Asia Pacific. I always had a meeting with the members around the world. Especially now, we're going to promote digital hybrid culture to build a digital culture networking and to reimagine a new trends of convention and exhibition, and to experiment new technology in doing exhibitions and conferences, and especially how with these new norms, hybrid digital culture inspire for productivity in business event industry. Next slide, please. This is the thing that I would like to share with you. Malaysia has the facilities, attractions, and many things to offer in becoming the world's favorable and chosen event destination. And allow me to share the video on the Expo 2020 Dubai with all of you. And this is one of the things that I would like to share with you as part of the WTC networking. This video actually inspired WTCKL to be one day as one of the preferred venue for maybe Dubai Expo in Malaysia, inshallah. Now, let me share with you the video. many things to offer in becoming the world's favorable. I think the voice, event destination. And along with share the video on the next 20 Ghapar with all of you. And this is one of the things that I want to share with you as part of the networking.
Come for the greatest global gathering in history, with countries from all over the world. Discover the world's most inventive ideas. See devices that extract water from air, concrete that generates solar power, and the most sensitive radio telescope ever made. Marvel at the world's most inspiring architecture. Step into structures that produce electricity, spaces that change shape, and buildings that send messages to space. Experience the world's greatest entertainment with local and international stars, live concerts, and colorful parades. Take in inspirational art, sample exotic cuisines, and witness more than 190 countries and cultures come together in one place. Join the making of a new world.
Yeah, this is something that I you how maybe one day, this can be a great model for us to look into and take an example in ensuring that one day Malaysia too can host an international expo similarly like Dubai Expo. Next is about the types of business event that can be executed. And of course, there will be a lot more that can be curated. Where you imagine, like for example, here, there are corporate meetings. It's also been called as business events. Now in the World Trade Center KL, we're going to have integrated corporate meeting. It's not just about face-to-face, but at the same time, hybrid corporate meetings where it requires digital and face-to-face together. When it comes to incentive travel, of course, this is the thing that I now promoting with myself, how we can create more grants or incentive for those international events to be held in Malaysia, so that at least it's not just under myself or maybe under Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of International Trade also need to be together to ensure that we became the preferred business event for the region. Regarding the convention, I believe that all of you knows about convention, but don't look conventions as appearing and listening to any conferences, training, and etc. But important, the ecosystem of convention, where for me, this is very important, like for example, the customers relations, the hospitality, hospitality industries, for example. And at the same time, the creative industries also can be part of it. So this is can see in the business event in convention, it's not just conferences, but the technology plays, the ecosystem of human capital also plays. Now we have exhibition. Recently we had Mata Fair 2021 for the first time ever. Mata Fair was being organized in the World Trade Center KL. I'm quite impressed with the people who came, and of course we adhere with SOP. Every session there should be not more than 3,000 people. But imagine, just to share with you, where during the exhibitions of Mata recently in World Trade Center KL, although the organizers is only expecting around 20,000 crowds, but actually almost 70,000 crowds came for 2 days. Mata exhibition. It shows what? It shows that this industry is very, very relevant. Even post-pandemic COVID-19. And then we also one of the types of business event is integrated system events, where hybrid, green studios, and etc. Next slide. This is something that Over the past decade, we can see the event industries is one of the most significant industries in contributing the country's economy as well as creating job opportunities. The business event industry has supported over 1,300,000 international delegates, RM 14.5 billion visitors expenditure, and RM 33.9 billion economic impact. And surely we're hopeful to continue these chances and regain the confidence of the industry stakeholders and participants. Next slide, please. As the world is changing due to the pandemic, the event industry must also evolve and be ready for the future. The future event should apply a few concepts: smartly deploy digital, focus on quality of audience, reimagine the floor plan, work collaboratively with exhibitors. I would like to iterate, but because the time been given to me, but this is the 4 points I'd like to share with you in terms of the future events. Like smartly deploy digital is something that future organizers will continue to use digital to enhance the communities around their events, giving better access to content and more curated experience throughout the year. Next slide, please. I would like to share with you video on our Prime Minister visit to the World Trade Center Kuala Lumpur, KL recently. The Prime Minister visit is mainly to visit the World Trade Center KL as part of the vaccination center. But I would like to iterate that why the visit is important. I would like to show with him the importance of business event industry, where it covers various factors, especially the ecosystem. Vaccination center also is part of it. Next slide, please. And WTCK also hosted. Sorry, next slide, please. Zahra, next slide. This slide to show that to all of you lecturers and members participants, WTCKL has hosted many international and local events, and it is with the great hopes that the industry continues to grow and prosper in bringing smiles to our customers. And this is something that I would like to share with you. We are now doing a lot of transformations, especially to ensure that the relevancy of this industry. WTCKL is already 35 years. The building itself, 35 years, is part of the historical building in Malaysia. But for me, I want to show that, how we make it relevant to how we can integrate as many partners to collaborate and work with WTCKL. And the last slide is that I hope that all of you have benefited from my sharing. I wish you all the best, as well as the best of our industry. And to all of you, let us remain optimistic, positive, and hopeful and tackle all the extraordinary possibilities in the future. I believe that business event, of course, we have the challenge, especially the post-pandemic COVID-19, but I believe that it's still relevant how we can create more and more awareness, how we can create the readiness, how we can create more literacy and competency, especially the economics elements of this business event industry. That's all from me. Thank you, and feel free to ask any question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that insightful topic, Dato Sri Dr. Haji Irmohizam. Okay, so let's get our first question from the audience for the question and answer session. So you mentioned that MACEOS should work alongside educational institution for business events, right? So as a student, are there any future opportunities that you have that we can participate in to further strengthen our skills and experience in the event industry?
Thank you very much with the questions. I really always highlight with the leadership of MACEOS. As part of the advisor for MACEOS, we need to work together also with many various higher institutions. First, we need to prepare the future generations for this business event industry. Secondly, in terms of how more interns or internship program can be collaborated with the industries together with the universities of higher education. Third, maybe for the lecturer, because I always highlight, we cannot live in the world of dream anymore. We have to integrate. Post-COVID-19, we need to integrate as many partners. We cannot work in silo because every individual is very important to make sure that the main aim, vision and mission to put Malaysia in the world map for the business event. So this is something that I always reiterate and emphasize the MACEOS, especially me as one of the World Trade Center Association, as a chairman of Asia Pacific. I always inculcate all the members. For example, we are welcome to any universities or higher education to work in terms of certification program, for example. Short courses, for example. And for me, I'm willing to use, especially our logos to be part, to ensure that, whatever short courses and others, it going to be recognized in terms of our member countries, for example. So this is something that very important to ensure our relevance, our visibility, and our reliability, especially for the business event industry.
Thank you very much. Are there any past internship opportunities that you would like to share the experience about with the students who are currently watching?
For me, I'm always open to many higher education institutions to have the internship program. Like, for example, in World Trade Center KL, we have nearly last time, before the pandemic, we have nearly 15 students who are doing interns in the World Trade Center KL because we are now doing a lot of transformation. In fact, some of them, I told my management, we need to rotate them so that at least they know how the industry is in reality and practically. Because I used to be a lecturer before, so I know that sometimes theory and practical is something two different things. So of course, theory is very important, the hard skills, but the soft skills also is very important. The communication, work in the team, how we solve the issue, the crisis, and this is the thing that something that we had, especially as our part of our intern program in the World Trade Center Kuala Lumpur. Even I share with the MACEOS members where when we come to intern, it's not just people doing one segment only. We have to integrate them, and even maybe they have to meet the C-suite people, the CEOs, to ensure that at least they have the confidence. Working one day directly under the chief executive officer, group managing director, so that at least is something. Because I always believe human capital is something that is very important. Where we want to produce and to prepare the next generations of this industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that answer. So, since we don't have much time, I'll be taking the last question from the audience. Are there any plans in the works that you are currently planning for a future international exposition that will be hosted in World Trade Center, Malaysia?
Thank you for the questions. Currently, of course, we are now focusing to the domestic event because we are now talking with MITI, Ministry of Tourism, to have more travel bubble, because I received a lot of inquiry from China event companies and the government of China. They want to have the Malaysian-China Trade Expo. We have previously in 2019 Malaysian-China Trade Expo, where it held in World Trade Center, Kuala Lumpur. And I believe that with this networking One Belt, One Road, I believe that this is something that can be held in World Trade Center, Kuala Lumpur in the future. Even we already spoke with the High Commissioner. I met High Commissioner of Singapore recently, how we can offer ourselves if there is any business networking event in World Trade Center, Kuala Lumpur. But mainly because of we are now looking at how government can open up our border so that at least this travel bubble for business event can be held more and more, especially in World Trade Center, Kuala Lumpur. But currently, I'm glad and thankful to the government, where with this, the post-pandemic COVID-19, and now every week or every day, we have a lot of events, domestic events, whether it's a ministry, corporate, or dinners, held in World Trade Center, Kuala Lumpur. Even recently, we have what you call that, Anukrati Juara Lagu Berita Harian also been held. Bintang Popular Berita Harian been held in World Trade Center, Kuala Lumpur. Even we also have a lot from Lazada, Shopee, which is in the pipeline before the end of this year. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for all of your insightful answers.
Okay, so that wraps up our very first keynote speaker session. Thank you so much, Dato Sri. It is great to learn more about how important the country is for international events. Don't you think so, Ting?
Yes, of course, and definitely. I think that it is really important to learn about all of these different venues in World Trade Center, Malaysia. And I think that all of the students who are currently listening definitely found the answers to that first question about internships and so on really helpful. And I think that all of the other answers and questions have been really interesting and insightful as well.
Yep. Okay, so next up, we have Associate Professor Dr. Anukrati Sharma, the Associate Professor in the Department of Commerce and Management of University of Kota, Rajasthan, India, to present on event and festival tourism, emerging trends, opportunities and challenges with examples from India. Let's welcome him.
I believe that we will have Dato Ammar first. Let us welcome Dato Dr. Ammar Abdul Ghapar, the Senior Director of International Promotion, Europe, Americas and Oceania Tourism Malaysia, Adjunct Professor, UiTM Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management, Industrial Advisor of UniKL, Malaysia Budget Hotel Association, Malaysia Association of Amusement Team and Family Attractions, and also Advisory Board Member of Open University Malaysia. He is going to present the recovery plan for the tourism industry during post-COVID. Let us give a warm welcome to him.
Hi, hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, to all the speakers. How are you? I think things are better today compared to the previous month when everybody has to stay at home. Now people are start traveling and other things. Dato Sri Mo, how are you, sir? Okay. Okay, let me just bring you through on the recovery plan for tourism Malaysia industry. And the slide is controlled by them. Yeah. Can I move to the next slide, please? Okay. The current scenario of the industry, as you can see now, when we are talking about global tourism, we have suffered very much, and the worst year is 2020, of which international arrival dropping to 24%. This is according to the World Tourism Organization, and just imagine that from the numbers that we have earlier, that has been dropped to 74%, more than 50% of drop. Definitely, this have give us a very serious impact to the economy and even to the tourism industry itself. Yeah, and for the year 2020, we have witnessed a massive drop in international tourist arrival, and the number has plumbed to 4 million as compared to 26 million that we had earlier in 2019. So this is a very negative result of 83.4% down compared to the figures that we have for the previous year, that is 2019. So it is a massive drop, and that has definitely affected the industry very much when it comes to this. And according to the Malaysia Hotel of Associations, the hotel industry alone has recorded a loss of over 6.53 billion in 2020, while in 2021 today easily it adds up to 5 million. But again, looking at the drop and the loss that we are facing in the hotel industry and other things, definitely this has worried a lot of people, particularly those students who are looking at their job or who are thinking of their career development later on, if they were to come to the hotel industry, particularly when you are talking about the tourism industry. So this is the situation, the current scenario, that a lot of hotels are being closed, and there's a lot of unemployment in the industry. When talking about unemployment, you can see that in Malaysia, the unemployment in Malaysia rose to 772,900 people at the rate of 4.8% in December 2020. 23.6% employment originally are from the tourism industry. So this is all the impact that is what we are facing now in Malaysia when it comes to the industry of tourism. Okay, next. Okay, ecotourism, I'm emphasizing this because of course, for our recovery plan, we are looking very much on ecotourism. And as you know, ecotourism is defined as a responsible travel to natural area that conserve the environment, sustain the well-being of the local people, involve interpretation and education. So the key word here is the local people as well, as what we can see that how important ecotourism is when it comes to the local people, and also the education and sustainable. Yeah. Next. If you were to look at the next slide on the distinguished feature of the ecotourism, number one is this a conservation of nature and culture. And these are the things that we are looking at when we're talking about green tourism, when we are talking about preservation and others. Yeah. And number two is reinvestment of income to maintain quality of resource and conservation. So we have to look on the investment side of it when we are talking about ecotourism as well. And we need to bring more investors to come in the near future so that we can look into this area when we're talking about ecotourism. Number three, the ecological, economical, and social culture sustainable. We are all talking about sustainable when it comes to culture as well, the economy and other things. That is how important is ecotourism and why we are looking at ecotourism and we are talking about recovery after the COVID-19. And number four is the ethical, democratic, corporate social responsibility. we are talking about social responsibility. It's not only gaining from whatever things they want to do, but we have to look at the social responsibility, the CSR as well, when we're talking about ecotourism. And number 5, definitely education about biodiversity and habitats and also culture. This is to emphasize how important is education, how important is training when we are going to face our pre-COVID or after COVID phenomena when it comes to the tourism industry. Next. When we talk about ecotourism, we are also looking at responsibility tourism, whereby responsibility tourism is about making better places for people. Again, the key word here is people. How to make people benefit from the tourism industry. So for people to live in a better places and for people to visit. So talking about responsible tourism, we are also talking about responsibility for tourism. That goes to the ecotourism as well, of which it is all interrelated. Yeah. So operator, hotelier, government, local people, and tourism and tourists should take responsibility to take action to make tourism more sustainable. So that goes to that responsible tourism, sustainable tourism, and ecotourism. This is our way forward when we are talking about the next tourism industry in the future. Okay, next. And when we are talking about sustainable tourism, definitely we are looking at number 1 is to optimal use of the environmental resources that we have to make do what we have particularly, and we have to conserve the environment and other things. We have to take all the measure so that we are not destroying any of the environment and other things when we are talking about sustainable tourism. Number 2 is respect the social culture authenticity. Of course, these are the things that we need to preserve and respect when we are talking about sustainable tourism. Yeah. And number 3 is to ensure viable long-term economic operation, providing social economy benefit to all stakeholders. That goes to the people as well. So this is all integrated into one, of which this is where we are heading to after COVID-19. And we're looking at the benefit of the people, and we are looking at the environmental preservation and others. Yeah. Next. In terms of strategy, of course, when we're talking about sustainable strategies, it is the using of the resources sustainability. Number 2, reduce overconsumption and waste. Okay. Number 3, maintaining biodiversity. Number 4, integrating tourism into planning. This is what being highlighted by Dato Sri Imo just now. Integrating tourism, to integrate business event into tourism as well. This is what the planning will be for Tourism Malaysia, to look how do we go about to be with other agencies and to integrate with them when promoting tourism. And of course, again, we are talking about the sustainability strategies where supporting local economies is very important. That in link of what, when we are talking about the ecotourism, when we're talking about the responsible tourism as well as sustainable tourism. So again, we should do something that really benefit the people, particularly those people who are living at that particular area or the product that we are going to promote. Yeah. Number 6 is involving local communities. That is also people, because we cannot just do it ourselves without getting the people out or the local to be involved when we are promoting tourism. In terms of their economy and other things, they should be involved. Then they should be benefit from the industry itself. The growing of the industry is very important. They should not be left behind when we are doing our promotion on tourism and when we are promoting the tourism industry. Okay. Number 7 is consulting stakeholders in the public. What will be their needs, how they should go about in terms of investing and other things. Yeah. Number 8, we are talking about sustainability strategies. There is the staff training. Again, that can go back to what Dato Imo have highlighted just now when we were talking about internship and other things. We need a skilled worker when it comes to this. We need multitasking workers when we are looking the way forward of the tourism industry, particularly when the COVID is over. So staff training is very, very important for us. And to get people to be interested in the tourism industry is also very important. And again, to regain the confidence, particularly from the students, are also very important, because there are a lot of them coming to me saying that is there future in the tourism industry? The answer is definitely yes, but we have to be more skillful, okay? So more multitasking when it comes to this. Yeah, that is why even in our strategies, even tourism strategies, training is one of the very important element that we are emphasizing. Yeah. Okay, number 9, marketing tourism responsibility. That is when talking about sustainability and other things. How do we go about doing our marketing and others? And of course, number 10 is undertaking research. Research is a very important element, and it is always there when we're talking about R&D and others. So that need to be done so that we are on the right path, and we can take whatever measure that need to be taken when it comes to the result or the finding of the research and others. Okay, next. Current trend, this is also important and good for us to know, because we can plan our marketing plan and others on the current trend that we have now. This is based on the survey done by Tourism Malaysia during the COVID, of which that it is one of the findings that people would like now to travel with their own family. So what we are highlighting here is it is less of FITs, but it will be less of GITs, but it will be more an FITs, of which people were only comfortable and feel safe if they were to travel with their family rather to be traveling in a big group and others. So this is a good indication of which travel agencies and others have to take this as a lead for them, what they should be doing, how they should go about when people are now would like to travel only with their families. Okay. Number 2, digitalization. Of course, this is again a good thing for us, and we know that everybody know that we have to go digital now. People are doing the booking, online booking. Okay, there's a lot can be done. We are talking about how the payment should be done. All will be online and others. So this is also another indication to the travel agent, hoteliers to look into digitalization, even for the product owner to see that this is the current trend. People want to do this. Okay, if that will definitely involve training later on, of which you need to have a proper training for these people so that they go digital on that. And another trend of traveling now is own transport. They will want to use their own transport rather than to use the public transport. This is a new indication that some measures should be taken accordingly to this, how to go about, because we are not talking very much now in big coaches and other things, because people would like to go on their own transport. Okay, the next one is safety and security. Of course, they will check whether it is safe for them to travel, whether the hotel has taken a proper measure to make sure that when they are staying at the hotel, they are safe. And this goes to what the association has been doing now, what MAH and MATA have been doing, introducing the TSAM, the Travel Safety Alliances, of which they have a panel that to certify, third-party panel that certify that the hotel is safe to be visited and it is safe to stay at the hotel. Okay, they have a kind of certification on this. So this will definitely bring up the confidence to others when they are traveling, particularly when they are staying in the hotels. Yeah, and of course, new trend, short trip. That is why Friday it is a public holiday on Friday, or public holiday on Tuesday. They will definitely prolong that, but it won't be more than 1 week of traveling. Particularly when we're talking about domestic traveling, 3-4 days will be a sufficient day for them to go traveling, because definitely they are not taking a longer time now to be away for holidays. Yeah, and of course, value added. This is another challenge for the travel agent. People would like to compare what are the things that they can have if they were to choose any of the packages. What are the value added things that they can have, whether it is worth for them to go and take the packages. And this is very challenging. 5 ringgit or 10 ringgit differences will make a lot of things for them to decide which hotel or packages for them to go. Okay, and last not least, again, they are looking where they should avoid the crowd and other things. So that is the measure that they are taking now. Okay, not to be in crowded places and other things. So this trend of traveling should be taken into consideration, especially for the travel agent and others, when they are planning of selling the packages and to the public after the COVID-19 or for the pre-COVID. Okay, next. Recovery strategies will be definitely in terms of digitalization. Of course, we are going to this to elevate tourism 4.0, of which the promotion, online promotion, the usage of key opinion leader, influencer, celebrities will come into the picture when we're talking about digitalization. And of course, digitalization, we are also talking about data mining. We're talking about big data and data analyzing as well. And of course, in terms of reach, this will be a good reach. But this is the new norms that we are looking at, particularly after the COVID-19. And now we are talking about digitalization. Webinar is another strategy that Tourism Malaysia are looking at, of which we are now combining the hybrid and also the virtual. And of course, this is the way for us to be in touch with the industry people and to get the information from them, what we should be doing and what will be the wish list, particularly during the COVID. Yeah, and we are also working closely with the stakeholder and sharing information and looking forward very much what are the measures to be taken to make sure or ensure Malaysia as a destination to be visited in years to come. Readiness is another question, that how ready we are to receive the tourists if the border is open, what are the measures taken, what will be the SOP and others. So we have to be very ready. We have to be prepared by now if we were to receive the tourists when the border is open. So this all the recovery strategies that we have taken into consideration. And of course, it's not only Tourism Malaysia, but the hotelier, the travel agent, and the product owner have to be ready for this. Okay, upskill, again, we are talking about upskill as what we mentioned earlier on the strategies that we should be taken. This is very important. We're talking about human capital and others, the capacity building, the human capital development. That all has to be put into consideration on our recovery strategies. So that is the preparedness that we need. And of course, we need to do more research. We have to do more training when it comes to our preparation of the upskill of the recovery strategies. Sustainability, of course, we're looking at green tourism. We are looking at experiential tourism, and we are looking at experiential shopping, of which these are all the things that we need to highlight. And it has to be sustainable. And definitely these are the area where we can benefit more, we can gain more in terms of the economy and others. Next slide is readiness, how ready we are. Okay, we have to relook at the consumer behavior. We have to relook at our strategies. We have to relook at our target market, and we have to relook at the current trend of traveling. Rethink, we have to think of a new approaches, a new strategies, and a new market, and of course, in terms of budget as well. So we have to rethink how do we go about, do we go about to proportion our budget for our advertising, for our promotion and others. Okay, we have to realign so to balance things where we should emphasize more when it comes to safety, security. That is very much important. I mean, talking about vaccination and other things that should be realigned together. We have to look and give priority to those that need to be highlighted on, that those need to be focused. Okay, we are also talking about readiness when we're talking about to restructure our organization, restructure the company itself, and we have to emphasize on all the potential market, emerging market, and to look at all this. And of course, when it comes to research, also we're looking at the manpower. How do we go about to relocate the manpower in the organization or in the company itself? Rebuild, definitely we want to rebuild the confidence to the tourists so that they can come and visit us again. Okay, so we need to do that. We need to build up the confidence for them to be here in Malaysia. To reinstate, of course, it is a new normal, and we need to reinstate whatever strategies that we have, that we know that can bring more tourists to Malaysia. So we have to do that. We have to look into that. Only then we are ready. Yeah. So we have to do all this so that we are ready to receive the tourists once the border is open. Challenges, next. Okay, in terms of challenges, of course, I prepared this earlier, of which when I prepared the number of COVID-19 are rising. Although now it is declining, but again, as you know that when it comes to UK and others, the number are not increasing. So this will be a challenge to us. What will happen next? That is why readiness is very important for us. And of course, we have to have our own target market segment and also own target market. How do we go about? If we were to open our border, which country we are looking at? Okay, so this definitely will be challenging, because if there's a fourth wave on the COVID and other things, then we have to rethink and relook and research again when it comes to our preparation of facing the COVID-19. Number two, extended vaccination program rollout. This is an advantage of us now. Okay, definitely. That is why we have already having the interstate to be lifted up. People are traveling within Malaysia now. But again, we hope with this also we are building the confidence for the people to come and visit Malaysia, particularly when it comes to when the border are open. Yeah. So stagnant domestic tourism movement, we are no more stagnant now because the interstate is there. More people are traveling. It is also a challenge to us in a way, because there's a lot of hotels are saying that it's very difficult for them to get back their staff to be working. Okay, because most of them have involved in their own businesses and other things, and to get the skilled worker, the experienced worker to be back in the hotel industry particularly quite difficult now. Yeah, so that is also a challenge to the hoteliers and others. Fear of traveling, of course, a lot are still taking the measure, wait and see how to go about, whether they should be traveling now or they should wait first. Okay, so we want to have this paradigm shift from these people to build up their confidence so that they will start traveling again. researcher economy activities, of course, there are some activities still need to be researched, but again, we hope that there will be a temporary challenges, and I think if the situation permits, then everybody will start working again, and of course, a lot of economy activities can be done, particularly when you are talking about tourism industry. The depreciation of disposable income, again, as we know that the impact of the COVID-19, a lot has been losing the job and other things. So when we're talking about people traveling, definitely disposable income is very important. But I think this is also will be a temporary measure of which as time goes, things will be better. Yeah. Okay, no interstate movement. We have already have that interstate movement. Now there is no more an issue of interstate movement. But again, the challenges will be when the state, there are interstate movement now, we have to follow whatever the SOP are, and we need disciplined tourists, okay, to abide to whatever measure or SOP that being imposed by the government. And number 8 is the border closure. This is still a challenge for us. Of course, we need to be ready for this. And of course, when the border is still closed and the domestic flight in terms of frequency and are still very low, and this is also a challenge for us. So we have to wait until the border is open, then only a lot of things can be done, particularly. But again, we have to abide to whatever SOP that be implemented or imposed by the government to us. Okay, I think this is the things of what I want to highlight, the challenges, and also what we are preparing for the tourism industry, particularly in Tourism Malaysia, when we are talking about recovery plan for the tourism industry. And of course, for the student of Teller, I think what your main concern is definitely whether there's a career in the tourism industry. Okay, I think that ends my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dato, Dr. Ammar, for the speeches now. So let's take the first question from the audience. So when talking about the sustainable in the tourism industry, which country do you think is the most outstanding? And what do you think is the specialty of Malaysia compared to our surrounding ASEAN countries?
Yeah. Okay, we've been talking about sustainable tourism. Again, it goes back to us, how serious we are when we are talking about sustainable tourism. And as you know that when we're talking about tourism, sustainable tourism, that involves the people as well. Of course, we are talking about preservation, we are talking about green tourism, we are talking about responsibility tourism. So I think Malaysia is one of the countries that we are really taking into consideration on all this. That is why when we plan our marketing plan, when we plan our recovery plan, ecotourism is one of our main agenda that we are looking at, because we want that to be a sustainable tourism concept. We want to maintain our green tourism, because to the European country and to the European tourists, this is something that really matters to them. Okay, if you are developing or promoting your tourism, but you don't preserve, you don't take care of the environment, you don't take care of the sustainability of the product and others, definitely they are not supporting us. So I will say that Malaysia is one of the best example of sustainable tourism, or if we're talking about ecotourism concept, of which you can also see that in terms of the economic by the local, when we are promoting the tourism industry, the local have benefited it very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your answer. I believe that is all the time we have left for this session. So I also think that it is very important for us, especially as students, to be informed on the steps of that the tourism is taking after the post-COVID situation, right, Ting?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely completely agree with you. Yes, Dr. Ammar.
Yeah, those who are in the tourism faculty or the science faculty, or when talking about this, social science and others, don't worry about not getting a job in the tourism industry. Tourism industry, I mean, it is all interrelated industry. You can talk about sports tourism, we can talk about ecotourism, we can talk about agro-tourism, we can talk about all the tourism, all related tourism. So don't worry about not getting any job. Tourism industry is one of the industry that definitely will develop and will rebound very fast. So if you are taking hotel management or tourism management, don't worry. There's job waiting for you, and it depends on how confident you are and how creative you are in getting yourself to be involved in the tourism industry. Yeah.
I'm sure that the students must be absolutely relieved to hear that coming from you.
Yes.
And I think that everything that you mentioned is very good for students as well, to learn about how we can adapt and change to these new environments, as well as learn about those sustainability actions that the tourism industry is doing right now.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. So next up, we have Associate Professor Dr. Anukrati Sharma, the Associate Professor in the Department of Commerce and Management of University of Kota, Kota Rajasthan, India, to present on event and festival tourism, emerging trends, opportunities and challenges with example from India. Dr. Anukrati, are you there?
Hello, I'm there. Just a minute. Are my slides are visible to everyone?
Yes.
Okay, fine. I hope it is done now.
Yes.
Okay, fine. So thank you so very much for having me today in the Asia Pacific virtual event conference, the second conference by TELUS University and by Professor David Hein. And I'm very much thankful to having me here, to the entire team and the faculty members of TELUS University, and a special thanks to Professor David Hein for inviting me to give my views and a small presentation on events and festival tourism. So my today's topic is event and festival tourism, emerging trends, opportunities and challenges. And as you must be aware that I'm working as an associate professor and the head of the Department of Commerce and Management at the University of Kota, Rajasthan, India. So far, I have some authored and edited books, which are like mostly of them on event management. And one of the book which I have on, which is an authored book, that is again from Indonesia Malaysian Publication House, along with Professor David Hein. And other than that, I have a few books which is like on event tourism in Asian countries. It is under APIEM Academy Press of Taylor Francis. And there is one more book that is titled again, Event Tourism and Sustainable Community Development. That is also under APIEM Academy Press. Then I have recently, I'm working on a book which is on festivals and event tourism, building resilience and promoting sustainability. That is in CAB International Publication, and it is now in press. And my first book was on tourism events in Asia, marketing and development with Routledge. So far I have edited 4-5 books on events which are related, specifically focused on Asia region, and 2-3 books are authored books. Maximum of them are related with the sustainability and resilience, and the case studies I have it more from the worldwide. So and there are a lot many books which are like on different titles, like over tourism and the information communication, technology in tourism and hospitality area, and the sustainable destination after this pandemic, challenges and strategies, future of tourism in Asia, and crisis and resilience, recovery, and in tourism and hospitality. And have 7 ongoing books. One of them is on rock painting as well. So this is a little introduction about me, and the topic which I'm going to cover is related with actually what is the current scenario of events and festivals in India, and what lessons we can learn from India, and what lessons India can learn from the other countries. These are the 2-3 topics. And yes, last thing which I want to highlight, a few suggestions and the strategies for seeing these pandemic situations, and which is again it is, we were very much relieved that finally we are like free from this COVID pandemic, but it is not so, because in today's newspaper only itself it was mentioned in America is again shutting down the things because of coronavirus. And even in India, yesterday only we got to know about we have in my state only 12 kids, they are corona affected, so the schools are going to shut down again. So we cannot say here that we are absolutely in relief from coronavirus. It is not so, and the cases are rising again. So it is a very challenging situation for all of us when we are talking about organizing and participating in events and festivals in any part of the country, in the world, anywhere. But it is very, very challenging. But during the COVID pandemic, the Indian government has taken an initiative which actually changed the face of India. There are few events which has been conducted by the ministry, by the government, which actually changed the face of events in India. Like the Mr. Narendra Modi conducted meeting of all the ministers and the bureaucrats in an online way and interacted with the public. So it was a very it was first time in the entire history when we have seen such things. And even the Independence Day, they have a Google Meet link where the general public, even they can join and they can see the independence program through the Google Meet. So it was so it was something which is very inspirable and very remarkable too. So these sort of events, India is a country which is a perfect blend of modern and traditional events. We are, one side, we are enjoying the religious and, the cultural, traditional and heritage festivals and events. On the other side, Indians are like, they are attending the MICE tourism. They are talking about sports and adventure tourism. They are talking about, lots of other sort of tourism. Even food tourism events is again in very much trend in India. So it is a country which is a perfect blend of modern and traditional events, and it is the biggest, you can say, an asset or an advantage for India. And you can see these slides that during the wedding, because Indian weddings are like very, very huge, and we celebrate weddings and the traditional festivals like anything like Holi, Diwali, weddings. So we have lots of you can say the pujas, the worships. We like Navratri puja, then Ganpati puja, Janmashtami, and we have almost on every these pujas we used to conduct some fairs and the festivals with gatherings, with lots of gatherings. In the weddings also we have lots of gatherings. But during the COVID, the public, they were like very much aware, and they have always, followed the protocols during the weddings as well as during organizing the festivals, which is very, very appreciable and which is very good. But because now we have a little release, so that's why people, they are not taking it very seriously. In the second wave, they are not very serious about it. What we can do here in India, or for the other countries also, I would like to say this here, that we have to focus on the food tours and the food walk events more and more, because one of the best thing everyone now, because we have faced the pandemic situation, and everyone wants to have some the healthy food and the fresh food rather than the packet foods and all. So it's better that we can organize some food walks and food events for the public, and because it will give an opportunity to the local people also to earn some money from out of it. So this is one of my suggestions, that we have to focus in this situation, in the current situation, following the protocols of the COVID. We can organize small food tours and the food walk events. This is one of the suggestion, because it is good for the visitors whosoever is coming from whichever country, first thing. Secondly, it is good for the localites, for the local public, and for the persons who are not running who are not having jobs in a good restaurant or in a 5-star hotel. So they will be feeling little relieved by these things then. And secondly, the tourist or the visitor will get to know more about the local culture of that place. So to highlight the cultural importance or the societal issues and for economic development from the ground level, we need to organize some food tours and food walk events for the public, for the visitors whosoever are visiting to our country. The first suggestion from my end. Secondly, we have to develop more focus on the rural tourism right now, because people, as the first speaker said very clearly, that the people, the visitors, the tourists, they really don't want to go in the crowded places. They want some peace and they want some hygiene places, and they don't want to be a part of the crowd. And even sounds very weird without a crowd, But yes, we can organize, because we always have two sides of a same coin. So we do have an opportunity where we can, organize some rural or village tours or some village events and the rural events for the tourists. And we don't need a large amount or a large number of group of people, but yes, following a protocol of COVID, taking any, quite good precautions, we can take the tourists to the rural areas, to the villages, where we can organize some good events for them, because everyone loves to see the culture of other country, because every time we are seeing our culture, that's not give us any newness in that. But as I have never visited Malaysia, and if you will show me something in a rural area, the traditional food or the traditional dance styles or their costumes or in the way they are singing, that gives a click and a kick both to the tourists. So I think that is very much important, that we give something new to the tourists who are visiting to our country, because a person who is coming to your country, they really don't want to see all the repetitive things. Like if I'm coming from some place like Europe or US, America, from wherever, and you are showing me something in a hall, in a 7-star or in a very good property, probably that will not click me on that level, because that will be crowded, and I have many times experienced those things. But you are showing me something in an open area with quite hygiene, and it is quite traditional, which I have never experienced ever, that will definitely attract me, and it will definitely help the localites. So this time our focus should be on the local people, that how to give them opportunity to raise themselves, because people are facing lots of problems regarding their employment and job. And one more thing, because now we are, as in general public also, we are very much conscious. Of course, tourists and visitors, they are also the part of the public only, and they are absolutely conscious about their health system. So along with the food tours and the food walks, I would like to suggest here that we can include some sports and fitness activities, where we can say that this particular food tour or a particular food walk event, which we are talking, whatever we are organizing, is for providing you a immunity booster also, because that will enhance the interest of the tourists and participate in that food tour or in the food walk. You have to highlight, you have to label it. Like if you are going on a airport, as a layman, I'm just giving you a simple example. If you are going to an airport and we are giving a luggage, and on that, if there is a label that it is a fragile, so be conscious when you are holding it or putting it. So automatically it gives a psychological impact in the mind of the person whosoever is holding that particular luggage or the baggage, right? In the same way, if we are highlighting the food tours by labeling and by promoting or marketing, that we are providing good snacks, healthy snacks, we are providing good protein drinks, which are the power bars, which are like good for the immunity system or the food packs, whatever we are providing during the food walk or food tour, that is absolutely fresh, or some honey candies or some good sandwiches. These are only my suggestions, that by incorporating these small things which are actually not costing very high but impacting very high. So this is what we can introduce in the food walk and food tours. I mean to say that you just need to highlight the food tour by highlighting some sports and fitness activities as well. So these two things will go parallel. For my side, like event sector motto after this COVID should be the health of the participants, whosoever is participating in the event or in the festival. First thing. Second thing, the easy law enforcement aspects. We have to be a little easy now, because I know that all of us, because we are organizing the events as the event organizer, we are also conscious as the persons who are participating. They are also very much conscious about the health issues and hygiene issues. So we have to go a little easy with the law enforcement aspect. Secondly, safety and hygiene facilities. It is very much, we all are aware that without this we cannot organize any event now. New and innovative event activities to preserve the travel, tourism and hospitality sector. We need to create some newness and some innovation in the event activities. This is my suggestion. And equity benefit for all. Every time we cannot say that because we have a good hotel or we have a good heritage property, or we are the persons who are from the event organizer, or we are the event organizers, we have our own company of event organizing, so only we will be able to get the benefits. No, it should be not like this, because this is the time where we need to think about the country. And when we are talking about a country, the country, it's the true image comes from the localites, not from only from the big shots of that country. So that's why I think that giving the equal opportunity to all the persons, whether it is a person who is just making a tea on a stall, stall, that should be also involved in these events. So somehow we need to involve every person in the events, and because it is a very big, in my opinion, it is a myth or a reality. People are still confused that this crisis of pandemic, it presents an opportunities to rethink the event system for more sustainable and resilient for the future. It is a myth or a reality. So I think it is absolutely a reality, because earlier when we were organizing the events, that time our focus point or our focal point is somewhere else. That time we are talking about we are talking about a very good event management. But now we don't need only a good event management. Now we need actually you can say critical event management. So that good or proper event management is now replaced with the critical event management, where we are talking about that the event should be organized in the way where we can get which we can get more clarity about the objectives to organize that particular event and the particular festival, and which act very fast on any crisis. If any crisis will come, we will be able to act very faster, and which will give you improve or better outcomes. So I think rather than going for a good and a proper event management system, now we need a critical event management system, where we have to think about the negative aspects first of all, rather than thinking the positive aspects before organizing or planning even particular events. So this is again a humble submission. A few strategies which I can submit here, because we need to strengthen the small and local events and festivals first of all. Secondly, we need to stay competitive, because it is not Malaysia. It's not about only about Malaysia. It's not only about India. It is about all the countries. We all want to you can say encourage the potential tourists to visit our country, and events definitely play a vital role in this. So we need to stay competitive, and to stay in stay in a competition, we have to use more and more investments in the digitalization first of all. Like, I really appreciate the team of Asia Pacific Virtual Event Conference, that you are promoting and marketing this particular conference in a very well way. So this type of passion is actually required to promote the events and the festivals of our country first of all. Secondly, we need to highlight the lesser known festivals and events, because the lesser known events and festivals are able to gain the confidence of a tourist to they mentally feel okay, because it is a lesser known, that means the crowd will be also less. So that safety perspective somewhere click in their mind, so probably they will visit the place. And we have to, prioritize the sustainable food approach. Earlier, we are just presenting a menu card to the tourist or to the visitor, whosoever is coming to our place in a restaurant or in a hotel or to any place. But now it is required that we need to approach them, that the food, why we are offering you this food, you have to highlight those key points now, that what are the benefits you will get if you are consuming that particular food. That should be a part, because food is something which is a very big part of every event, and that should be very much highlighted. And we have to promote the liquidity support and fiscal relief from the government. We need to make some policies, we need to submit some policies, like if we are conducting this particular conference, we need, in the conclusion on the outcomes, we need to present it to the government, that the speakers or the audiences, whatever are their views, we need to present these things to the government, so they will promote they will support us and give us some funding support to organize some sort of events. Whether it is a small event, there is no issue, but we need some support from the government's end, first of all. And we need to restore the confidence of the participants by highlighting and promoting that it is a clean and safe event. And we have to highlight through the labels, through the promotion strategies, through the marketing, and of course with the help of information communication technology. So these are the few suggestions from my end to organize a particular event. And yes, of course, non-contact event tourism, that sounds very weird, that without a contact, how can we organize an event? But yes, of course, we can organize. By this particular term, I mean that it's a new trend where we are trying to just avoiding the crowded places and the indoor activities, while we are preferring the outdoor attractions and activities with plenty of space. So this is a concept which we can introduce in our countries, that we have to highlight the non-contact event tourism now in our country to, and it is like, for a few examples, like walking, running, fishing, and, diving, ice skating, fitness classes, these things, because they allow us quite a distance, and they allow us a natural environment as well, which is definitely more safer than an indoor activity or in a crowded place. So these are a few suggestions from my end for organizing a good event. And if it is possible, I would like to show a video also here. Recently in April 2021, we had a very mega event which is named as Kumbh Festival. So if you allow me, can I show you that video? It is for 2 minutes. Do we have time?
Yes, of course.
Oh, thank you. Just give me 2 minutes. Before ending up my presentation, I just want to show you that video. If it does at all work, just give me 2 minutes only, please. Is it visible to everyone?
Yes, I think the sound you must share.
The sound is not coming. Wait.
Yes.
Is it coming now?
Yes, I think so. I think the sound is not there anymore. It's very soft.
it is something. Just So I think you have seen this video. Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yes.
So through this video, it was organized in April 2021, and it is only November 2021. So you can assume that that time also we were like in India was like not at all corona free. Okay, we do have the cases of corona that time also, but what is the excuse by the government that you must have seen the statements by the police and as well as by the Chief Minister of Uttarakhand. They all were like that we want to control it, but because of the overcrowd, we can't control it. People are even not having or putting the mask even on their faces. So in India we have lots of festivals in a mega way, right? So when we are organizing these mega events, we need to be very much. I'm just not very much sure about Malaysia, but in context of India, if the people and the general public are behaving in this way, definitely we cannot control the spread of coronavirus. And it is not only the case. There are lots of cases again where public is actually not following the protocols and they are gathering like anything. And during this coronavirus period, which is like obviously that time it was not on peak, but still it was there. That time also they are not following the protocols. But here we are, lacking in our government, I can say, and even the event
Doctor,
organizers. Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's actually like an overlapping sound coming from you.
Is it? Just a minute. Let me check. Is it fine now?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. So, from this video, we can guess that in India, public is still not very much, taking it on a serious note. And there is a big fall by the authorities of, or I can say of the event organizers in this particular. If I'll talk only about this particular, mega event, there should be when you're talking about a public event, especially like Kumbh festival in India, we must have to use some mobile application registration system, because here what is happening, they have given the statements that we cannot control this much of crowd, because they really don't have any idea that how much of people or how many people will be going to visit this particular festival. So if they do have a mobile registration application, right, so at least they have a exact idea, or somehow they have a relevant data with them, that how many persons will be going to participate, and accordingly they will be able to make the arrangements for this Kumbh festival. But that was where we were lacking. And it is like we cannot underestimate and we cannot overestimate the crowd when we are talking about in the situation of COVID pandemic, when we are talking about organizing a mega event as this, right? So we need to take some help of some mobile applications for the registration process for the mega events, and even for the MICE events also, like because without that we can maybe as an event organizer we can underestimate or maybe we overestimate the participants. But this is not the time, as I already said, that this is the time where we have to be very critical with the event management system. And for that clarity, we need to take some help from from the information communication technology applications. We need to develop this sort of apps for events. And one more thing I would like to say, that we have to take some government authorities must launch the application. Other than this, collaborating with some leaders, who are the leaders in the event industry, or in the you can say in the spiritual leaders. When we are talking about festivals like which are related to religion or spirituality, we can take their help to spread the information and knowledge, because at times the general public follow their leaders. So we have to, involve these leaders when we are organizing such mega events to spread a knowledge regarding the COVID protocols, or to follow, or to encourage the general public to follow the COVID protocols. So this is all about my presentation, and the floor is now open for questions. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me.
Thank you so much for that incredible topic. And I believe that we have time for one question. And we have a question from the audience. So have you attended any online food tours? If yes, are there any special elements in the event?
See, I have not attended any sort of food tours as such online yet, but yes, I have attended a conference specifically on gastronomy. That is really, it was organized by GSBT London. And there we have highlighted again these small points, that exactly what we need to organize. But it is I think it's a very good idea that we can organize by we can collaborate with the few countries like India, Malaysia, or any 3-4 countries, and we can organize a small food tours as such, because it will be very innovative idea, and I think it will engage the participants. And whenever we will be able to visit in person, that at least we have that information with us. So yes, in future I would like to participate and collaborate with such activities, because I think it will very nice idea to create some awareness and to create some potential tourists in the future for our countries. So yes, we can organize as such things. It's a great
I definitely
idea.
agree.
Yeah,
It's a very
and
interesting
I
idea.
really and I think I'm really looking forward to organize. In fact, you have given me an idea today that we can do this also. Thank you so much for this.
That's really great to hear.
It is excellent, because we are talking about here about the innovations, so in that way only we can bring the innovations, because of course it is not practically feasible for us that I'll visit Malaysia and also then you will conduct a food tour and I feel wow. A pre-information is always required to gain the tourist confidence before visiting, because there's only 3 steps: the pre, during, and post. So post is all about experiences, pre is all about information, resources, and the knowledge. And when we are talking about during, it is all about your excitement, expectations, and all. So definitely we have to focus on these 3 E's when we are talking about event management. Yeah,
I also think that it's very important to have all these innovative ideas now, especially since we have virtual events.
it is.
So
And
what can we do to expand on virtual events?
so this is again, as we have already discussed, that organizing some food tours or food walks in an online way, that is actually a very good idea. First thing, this is, and I think if Professor David Hein is listening us, I think he will definitely take some initiatives on this, because he himself is a very knowledgeable and a very creative person in events. So I think he must have to take some initiatives to organize such things. And other than this, we can organize some nice events as well, and some here we are only academicians who are involved on this platform, okay, and it is good, but we need to get some involvement from the planning, planners, the tourism planners, or the event planners, who are like from some government officials. It is very much required, in any ways we need government support to encourage, especially to encourage the local festivals. And we have to promote the importance of the organizing of local festivals and events to the rural people or to the local people, because until unless they don't know the advantages, they will not involve. When they will know the advantages, they themselves get involved in these things, and by this only we will be able to create the image and a benchmark for our countries. So this is again my suggestion, that we need to involve some government officials in such conferences also, and we need to involve some local leaders. Maybe you do have some local leaders at your place, like from some villages or from small towns. We have to invite them to participate in these conferences and symposiums and seminars, so at least they will gain some knowledge, and they will again, it is still a world of mouth marketing. So they will definitely talk about it, that whatever he or she learned from this conference. So that's why I think this is again a good suggestion, I think, from my side, that we can make some involvement of government officials and local leaders who can influence the general public to participate more and to organize more the events. And of course, sports tourism, I think it is very much required now. People are very much focused on the fitness factor. So I think, yes, sports tourism we can organize. We can take help of some NGOs as well, because NGOs are also working in this area. So we can involve some NGOs also to render their services in organizing some events. So yeah, these are a few suggestions. Any other questions?
I believe that that is all the questions that we have. So thank you so much for your insightful answers. And I'm glad that there have been a lot of inspiration coming from us.
Thank you so very much for having me here.
Thank you so much for coming.
Wish you always good luck for such events. And I hope in the third conference, I'll be able to visit in person.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anukrati Sharma.
Bye-bye. Wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you so very much for having me.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our last speaker for our keynote session, and that will be Dr. Rob Harris, the former director of the Australian Centre for Event Management at the University of Technology, Sydney, adjunct professor at the Taylor's University, Malaysia, and principal of Event Training Australia, with his presentation about how government can assist the event industry rebound from the COVID crisis, the Australian experience. Let us welcome the very last speaker for today.
Thank you very much. Well, welcome to my presentation. And what I'm going to overview today essentially is the impact of COVID-19 on the Australian events industry. And you'll find that there's a lot of similarities between what's happened in Asia as well as what's happened in Australia. And then go on to talk a little bit about what the government did in terms of trying to keep the economy, but also trying to keep the event industry more specifically alive and well until the COVID pandemic, not so much passed, but certainly went beyond its peak and the economy could start to open up again. And given that we're probably going to have a situation where pandemics will occur at some point in the future again, as they have in the past, some of these actions of government should perhaps be kept in a file somewhere and pulled out at that point in time, rather than trying to invent a range of responses in a short period of time and reinventing what's already been done. So I'll just share my screen and we'll talk through. Okay. I hope you all can see that.
Yep, you can.
Definitely.
Okay, great. All right. Okay, well, we'll move on. So, most of you have probably experienced events that have been cancelled in one way or another in the not too distant past. And that's pretty much been the case right around the world. So what I wanted to go through is talk a little bit, as I mentioned at the outset, about the sort of challenges which COVID-19 posed to the industry, and then look at the government responses. And we'll look at it in two ways. One is economy-wide, that impacted all businesses and organisations, and the other relates to the business and public event area only. And then we'll draw some brief conclusions. All right, so first of all, obviously, the event industry suffered significantly financially.
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Harris, but I think you're not sharing the full screen of your slides.
Mine is showing that mine is showing sharing everything.
You might need to share because on our side we see the Microsoft PowerPoint.
Okay. I've gone back to another version, another view. Can you see that?
Yes, we do see this view.
You can see that if I go to full view.
Yeah, we are unable to see the full view.
You're unable to see the full view. Ah, okay. That's a pity. Okay. I don't know why that's the case. So we'll go back. I'll stop sharing. So we may have to go with that. So is that viewable?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. I have no idea why.
No worries.
That is the case. I'll try and make it a bit bigger for you. All right. So first of all, we had event cancellations and rescheduling, and that obviously had a direct financial impact on the viability of a lot of events, event companies, their suppliers, and so on. And that was compounded by the fact that you couldn't claim insurance because it was a communicable disease, and they were those types of exclusions were very common in event insurance contracts, and subsequently a lot of events ended up going bankrupt. Then there were then there's the issue of going forward. If you want to conduct your event at some point in the future, will you be subject to a lockdown? Can you get insurance going forward? And the answer to that question was no, up until very recently, actually the last week. In Australia, one state government has agreed to underwrite the insurance for events as a way of trying to get them to start planning for 2022. And then, of course, there's the market. The market's been very wary about attending events for various reasons. First of all, the event may be cancelled. If it is cancelled and they've made travel arrangements, etc., paid for registration, then there's an issue around them accessing refunds. So, and the market's been and remains wary in regards to a lot of different live events at the moment. In the Australian context, some research has been done about cancellations and rescheduling, but essentially, as you can see there, the industry suffered tremendously from COVID, with 75 to 100% reductions in their turnover in 2020. Business confidence fell significantly, and a lot of staff lost their jobs or were stood down or had their hours reduced. And around about half of all businesses said that they had no new business booked for this year. And that was in February with the last study that was done. And when we look at public events, festivals, arts, entertainment-based events, performers and suppliers into those types of events, around about half of those businesses had ceased operating. Then, of course, there was human resource disruptions. You don't want to work in an industry that can't supply you with employment. So a lot of people who were in the events industry started to move into other sectors that offered them more stable and ongoing employment. Then, as we've come out of the COVID restrictions, of course, there's now a shortage of staff because those people have moved on. And that's been compounded by borders being closed, and no students or backpackers or new immigrants have been able to come in and perform a lot of operational roles and work in hospitality and venues and so on. A lot of migrants left, went home during the pandemic, and that compounded the staff shortage issue. And then there's vaccine hesitancy amongst some staff, and they're simply, and as a result, they are unable to be employed in some of the event businesses because there's a requirement that they must be double vaccinated. And here are just some examples of research that's backing up the shortage of labour in the event space. You can see there in the US, around half of part-time workforce for venues say that they won't return. And the reasons are similar to what we've talked about before. There's also a long-term trend towards a decline in volunteering. And I've noticed that I've got a lot of emails recently from various events asking me to put out through my networks a request for volunteers. Many more requests than I'm used to receiving. So the pandemic has caused people to think twice about engaging with live events from the volunteering point of view. And the UK, there are similar types of outcomes. Then, of course, there's been a range of operational restrictions that events have been confronted with. There's a reduction of attendee numbers and a restriction on the capacity of venues. And then there's a range of operational activities that events have had to perform in order to be able to be conducted, and they cost money. Developing ticketing systems, for example, for previously free events, in order to be able to limit the number of people going to a venue or a public space. Then there were COVID safety plans and the need for crowd zoning. So you didn't have large numbers of people mixing together. You had groups of people put into zones, and then those zones could be more easily constrained or contained. And you had to provide hand sanitizer. Then there was cleaning expenses as well, and temperature, vaccination status checks. You know, here in Australia at the moment, you cannot go into a hospitality venue unless you can demonstrate that you have been double vaccinated. Then you had to employ COVID marshals to make sure that all of the procedures that you had in place were actually being operationalised. And if you didn't do it, there were penalties and there were checks as well to make sure you were doing it. This slide has just got some of the activities which my state imposed when COVID was raging through the state. A lot of these things have been backed off a little. In more recent times, for example, you can dance and sing, which you couldn't at a lot of events up until recently. Then there were travel restrictions. Travel restrictions meant that you couldn't access some markets. Travel was forbidden between states. Also, overseas markets couldn't access Australia. And there was an uncertainty around travel restrictions in that they could be imposed on short notice and with an area needing to be locked down. An area could be a suburb or it could be a state. And if you were drawing a large number of your attendees to your event, and suddenly they were unable to attend because of travel restrictions, then that could significantly impact the economic viability of the event that you were conducting. Then, of course, there was a change in delivery mode. We all had to become experts very quickly in the delivery of virtual and hybrid events. They were always there in the background, but COVID came along and it accelerated their development. And a range of things happened that probably will mean that those types of event forms will stay with us into the longer term. So there was a requirement to work from home, and that meant essentially that people were stuck in their home office, and if they were going to access events, that was the only way that they could do it virtually. Also, it became apparent that by conducting particularly virtual events, the cost of attendance was a lot less. So you didn't have travel, you didn't have accommodation, etc., meals. So that opened up, if you like, events to a larger audience because the cost had been reduced. And associated with that, you got access to larger markets. There were travel restrictions which prevented you from moving interstate or overseas. The technology improved in leaps and bounds, and as a result of that, the actual attendee experience was much better than previously had been. And millennials, who are very used to working in a virtual world and will soon be the largest component of our workforce globally, found it quite natural to engage with online and hybrid events. The research I mentioned before highlighted these things in regards to at least the business event industry and what its concerns were as a result of COVID. And obviously borders, hard lockdowns and not knowing if your state would be locked down, client confidence in regards to the events, would they go ahead? If they sent their staff, would they be risking the health of their staff? Cash flow, because the events weren't taking place or in a different form, which was generating less money. Attendee confidence, the uncertainty of international borders, retraining staff, and so on. Okay, so what happened? What did the government do? Well, there was a push to try and maintain the economy and not let it go back into recession. So first of all, there was a job keeper program that the government instituted. And that essentially meant that the staff of companies were paid. And that meant that they were able to keep their employees on the books during the crisis. Now, in the area of business events, 80% of all business event companies made use of that program. So that gives you an idea of how important it was to keep those event businesses alive. Where there were lockdowns in particular locations, again, states and federal government moved in and they paid to maintain the staffing levels of companies when there were lockdowns, which occurred periodically, depending on the number of cases of COVID. There were rent release schemes, which allowed businesses to claim rent back from the government. There were government charges which were deferred. There was one-off business grants that many event companies were able to access based on their decline in turnover. And there were also loan guarantees from government. So if you were an event company and you were finding it difficult to access a loan because of COVID, then the government would step in and guarantee up to a certain level that loan. Then there was a range of event-specific activities that took place to try and prop up the event industry. These were pretty slow in taking effect. The government wasn't really aware of the impact of COVID on the event industry, and it took a while for it to come on board with a range of initiatives. But when it did, these initiatives were quite diverse and quite successful. The first one which the national government, put in $200 million into, was a restart investment to sustain and expand fund. I think they actually started with the acronym RISE, and then they worked backwards to create that name because it sounds rather convoluted. But if you're in the arts and entertainment area, so if you were a business operating public events, for example, then you could seek financial support from the government if you were able to demonstrate that your business had been compromised by COVID-19. Then there was a business events grant program that allowed delegates and exhibitors who are going to events to claim 50% of their costs. And there was a 50 million allocation associated with that. It was a little bit of a poorly thought through scheme, simply because there weren't any events taking place. So how could delegates and exhibitors actually go? So a lot of the money remained unspent. And then there was a business events boost program that Tourism Australia, which is our national tourism body supported by government, it provided grants up to $10,000 to assist the marketing and relaunching of domestic business events. Then there were regional event grants. And these regional event grants were offered by multiple states, and their purpose was to support infrastructure, operations, event enhancements, or event attraction, to keep alive the events that were in the regions. And the government in most states spent quite a bit of money, or allocated quite a bit of money to those particular schemes. And it varied from $1 million up to $40 million of allocation. Then there were COVID safety planning grants. If it costs you to put an overlay of COVID safety overlay on your event, then you could apply for a grant to cover those costs. Then there was a loss offsetting grants, where if your event was cancelled, particularly cancelled at the last moment because of health-related restrictions linked to COVID, then you could claim back a large chunk of those losses from government. Then there was relaunch grants to assist events in 2022, 2023. So events that were being, who had been cancelled this year, allow them to seek a grant that would facilitate their conduct in the next 2 years. Then there was a business event attraction support grant, which was designed to essentially attract domestic events from other states. So perhaps a little bit cheeky in that regard. And then because people were working from home, a CBD revitalisation grant program was developed in some states, and the intention there was merely to try and get event companies to put forward ideas that involve conducting events in CBDs to encourage people to go back in to those spaces. So, in summing up, COVID-19 has been a disaster for the Australian event industry, and it's presented a multitude of challenges, from the cancellations and rescheduling to now human resource challenges, various operational restrictions, difficulties in accessing markets, and a movement, a requirement by event companies to move into virtual and hybrid spaces. But the government has responded, and it's responded quite reasonably, both in a general sense and also in the sense of specific initiatives targeted at the event industry. The event industry has been particularly hit, those that have not been able to pivot away using virtual or hybrid delivery modes. So it's been the live event area where a lot of funds have been directed, particularly into regional areas. And the threat remains with us, and there's increasing cases of COVID emerging in states and countries, which has resulted in various lockdowns. That is probably going to be an ongoing issue and create a nightmare situation for a lot of people who want to produce live events. There's new virus variants, which are a real possibility, and that will obviously link to future lockdowns. So finally, I just ask you to perhaps read that little quote from a national operations manager of Aranex events. And I think that that makes the point quite well. Nothing replaces in-person events. The anticipation, the power to foster meaningful connections, and the multi-layered knowledge sharing. Events will continue to come back bigger and stronger, and it's up to event planners to ensure they are all safe to attend. So I'll stop sharing and see if we have any questions. And thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harris, for the knowledgeable speech. And yes, we have time for one question from the audience. And the question is, how does the COVID safety grants cover the additional cost to the events organized in Australia? Is it through the online platform or the loss faced by the event organizer?
Okay. It doesn't cover online events, it's only live events. And any costs associated with, for example, cleaning, if you've invested in ticketing systems, if it's a free event previously, if you required to have COVID marshals, if you put in segmented your event space so that you didn't have one single crowd but multiple small groups, all of which cost money to put in those types of infrastructure items, then the government will step in and cover the cost of that, not to a large amount. I think it's $5,000 for the states that do that, but it is some form of contribution.
Thank you so much. Thank you for answering the questions. So I think it is very interesting to learn about what the government can do to help the event industry, and even as a potential event industry worker, it was important for us to know too what they can do to help us.
That's definitely right. I think for us as potential event industry workers, it is always important to learn about government actions, even if it is international, because it tells us what we can use, the resources that we have, and how we can better our own event and organization through it. So once again, thank you, Dr. Rob Harris, for taking the time today to give the speech.
My pleasure. And now we have a playbook for how to deal with COVID-19. We make use of it if it happens, if we end up in a similar situation again in the not too distant future.
Definitely. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you. And that wraps up all of our speeches for today. Thank you to everyone for paying attention to the insightful information we have provided. And thank you to all the keynote speakers for sharing with us. We will now be awarding certificates and awards to the best research papers and presenters.
So before that, let us thank the moderators today for their efforts in judging today's paper presenters. Firstly was Datin Dr. Ani Abdul Ghani from University Technology Mara in Room 1. Secondly, a big thank you to Dr. Masrur Muhammad Khair, also from University Technology Mara in Room 2. Next, thank you to Dr. Lisa from Taylor's University for being the moderator of Room 3. And lastly, thank you to Ms. Nur Shahida Mansha from University Technology Mara for moderating Room 4. Thank you for ensuring the smooth flow of each parallel session room and for being the jury for the Best Presenter Awards.
Now on to our first award, which is the Best Presenter for the Students category award. The winner for the Best Presenter for the Students category is Nurzehan binti Abu Bakar.
Secondly, we have the Best Presenter for the Non-Students category. For the Bronze Award, we have Nurzehan binti Abu Bakar from Malaysia with the paper title Examination of Runners' Experience Realms Towards Re-Participating Running Event. Next, the winner of the Silver Award is Kara Ismail from Malaysia with the paper title Perceived Impact of the COVID-19 Towards the Entertainment Events in Malaysia. Now, the winner for the Best Non-Student Presenter is Congratulations to Fethi Nomala Rossi from Indonesia, who presented on implementation of special event cap Gome activity in Bogor City. Next, we have the Best Paper Awards. Before that, let us thank the jury for judging the best paper. Thank you to the lead jury, Associate Professor Muhammad Hafiz, Muhammad Hanafia from the Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management, University Technology Mara. Thank you to the jury team, Professor Dr. Salamia, Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management, University Technology Mara, Dr. Syed Mustafa, Faculty of Social Sciences and Leisure Management, Taylor's University, Associate Professor Dr. Nur Suryana binti Maud, Faculty of Business and Management, University Technology Mara. And lastly, Associate Professor Dr. Tan Chi Hin, Faculty of Sports Science and Recreation from University Technology Mara.
Yeah. Now let us announce the winner for the Students category, which is for the Best Paper Award. For the Best Paper Award, the winner is Nurzehan Abu Bakar, Hasnawi, and Siti Salina Saidin with their paper title Return to a Running Event, the Subjective of Runners' Experience Serum. Let's give them an applause.
Next, we have the Best Paper Award for non-students. For the Bronze Award, we have Ubaya Wardana, PGAD, Vijay Sundara, WGSR, and Nawaratne, AMDB from Sri Lanka, with the paper title The Impact of Customer Choice Attributes, CCA, on Hotel Banquet Events in Sri Lanka during COVID-19 pandemic. Next, for the Silver Award, congratulations to Penny Zulandari Suroto, Eka Ardianto, and Dia Hikmahana Abdul Razak from Indonesia and Malaysia with the paper title The Type of Experiences on Online Dramaturgy. And lastly, for the Gold Award, let us congratulate Kara Ismail, Dia Hikmahana Abdul Razak, and Engwai from Malaysia with the paper title Perceived Impact of the COVID-19 Towards the Entertainment Events in Malaysia.
For the last award, we have the overall Best Paper Awards. And the winner for this award is Nurzehan Abu Bakar, Hasnahwi, and Siti Salina Saidin with paper title Return to a Running Event, the Subjective of Runners' Experience Realms. Congratulations!
Congratulations again to all of the winners. A fantastic job by all of you. Now, we have the feedback form for the event that we would like all participants to fill in. You will be able to find the link that has been sent in the chat boxes, or you may scan this QR code on the screen. This form is incredibly important for all of those who requested for the e-certificate.
So do fill up the form so we can listen to what you thought about the event. We hope to hear the feedback from all participants as well as see what we can improve on in the future events.
And now, it is time for the closing speeches from representatives of the organizing committee of AVEC2. Throughout the event planning process, APIEM, Taylor's University, and UiTM have constantly been working alongside each other to bring you this excellent conference. Many efforts have been put in by all three organizers, from lecturers and students. Let us listen to what representatives from these three organizations have to say about their overall experience in the event and their comments about today's conference. Let's welcome to the stage again, Professor David Hine from APIEM.
Thank you so much for inviting me to speak again during the closing ceremony of our absolutely wonderful second Asia Pacific Virtual Events Conference. It's been a tremendous honor and privilege to work with absolutely excellent colleagues from Taylor's University and University Technology Mara and their wonderful students over the last 10 months to bring our conference to a reality. And the first thing that I do want to say is what an absolutely spectacular conference it's been. What an absolutely fantastic team we've been working together for 10 months. We know each other very well. We know our student supporters very well, and everything has worked absolutely fantastically to bring the conference to the reality that it has been today. So a big shout out and a big thank you to all of our team for helping our conference to be a success. But our conference wouldn't be a success without our contributors, the paper presenters and the keynote speakers, because for any event, you need to have content. And the content for our AVEC2 has been the paper presenters in the morning and the keynote speakers in the afternoon. So a big thank you to all of the paper presenters who've worked hard on your research. And thank you so much for the keynote speakers for giving your time this afternoon to be with us for AVEC2. My final comments really are just to say that AVEC2 has been a stepping stone in the way that we're organizing conferences at the moment. It's our second virtual conference. We've learned a lot about organizing virtual conferences to international best practice standards. And I hope that through the conference, all the participants, no matter where you live in the world, will be impressed by the quality of the event itself. Thinking forward now to 2022, we've had some very insightful perspectives on what the events industry will be like in the future. And we also are now starting to think about the future for our collaborative events that we're organizing with Taylor's and with University Technology Mara. So AVEC2 is a stepping stone, and our next conference, we will start planning that in the early 2022. And depending upon the state of the coronavirus pandemic, we might actually pivot to a hybrid conference in 2022. Still probably in the same month, November. So to all of our participants who are with us today, please keep your eyes open for the next series of promotional messages that will be informing you about our third collaborative conference that will take place in 2022. So thank you once again to all colleagues on the executive planning team. It's been my great pleasure to work with you. Thank you so much to the truly fantastic students who have worked so very hard behind the scenes to bring the conference to a reality. And I am very confident that you have produced a truly international standard virtual conference. So a big congratulations to me, to all of the fantastic students. And finally, thank you so much to the participants, because without you, we wouldn't really be celebrating the success of the conference today. So no matter where you are in the world, thank you for being with us, and do keep in touch with AVEC2, with Revive 2021, with APIEM, with Taylor's University, and with University Technology Ammar. And if we can collaborate with you in the future, please do contact us, and we'll be delighted to have a conversation with you. So enjoy the rest of your evening. I'm speaking with you from the United Kingdom, and in the United Kingdom, it's coming up to 9 o'clock in the morning. So just as everybody in Southeast Asia is finishing their working day, this is the start of my working day on the 24th of November. But it's been a great pleasure being part of AVEC2. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor David, for your speech as well as your time. We would like to thank you for your guidance throughout this conference. So now, please give the stage to Ms. Khairia from Taylor's University to give her closing remarks about the event.
Right, thank you, Akila. Thank you, Ting. Both of you have done a very good job to as the MC today. And again, Assalamualaikum and good evening. My name is Khairia Ismail. I am the event lecturer and also the advisor for AVEC2 representing Taylor's University. And on behalf of the School of Hospitality, Tourism and Events, I would like to thank to all wonderful people involved in the planning of AVEC2, Professor David from APIEM, DR from Taylor's, Dr. Nurul, Dr. Hasna, Dr. Rizian, Ms. Azura, Auntie Alif, and of course the students from Taylor's University and UiTM who give 101% extra effort since August in order to ensure this event runs smoothly. So good job for the hard work you have been given for this event. Take this goal experience as a learning process. Never stop learning, because life will never stop teaching. And to all the participants, I really appreciate your presence today. And I believe all of us can't wait for the physical event in the future, right? So I will see you physically next year, inshallah. Thank you, Akila and Ting.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kara, for all of your efforts in the event and for being an amazing advisor for the past 3 months. And last but not least, let us welcome Ms. Azura Nordin from the Faculty of Business and Management in UiTM to give her closing speech.
Thank you, Ting. Assalamualaikum and good evening, everyone. On behalf of the UiTM team, which comprises of the Faculty of Business Management, Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management, Faculty of Sports, Science and Recreation, we would like to thank everyone who is involved in this project. Special gratitude to Professor David Hine of APIEM, Ms. Khairia Ismail, her students from Taylor's University. We are so grateful for this opportunity to work together with these two institutions that have such amazing track records in organizing virtual events. We definitely have learned a lot from this collaboration, and we are hoping for more ventures in the future. So here in UiTM, this is actually the first event of many, I'm sure, that we 3 faculties have collaborated together under the umbrella of APIEM. We hope that this will open up many more windows of opportunity for collaboration among these faculties, and of course with APIEM and Taylor's as well. As mentioned earlier by Prof. David, this AVEC2 is definitely a stepping stone for more events to come from us. As the Centers of Excellence, we have responsibilities to carry the APIEM mission to contribute to the professionalization of the Asia-Pacific region events and MICE industries. So let's do that together. And of course, to our students from both Taylor's and UiTM, applaud to you guys. I have so much respect for you guys. The dedication and that was demonstrated by every single one involved are very highly valued. And I'm sure that there's a lot of takeaway that you gain from this experience. You manage to expand your network, improve your skills, your soft skills, and organizing an international event that will definitely put some weight into your portfolio. So be assured that your journey, your achievements, and your values are all noticed. So together, we are achieving great things, and the work that we do really matters. So that's all from me. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Ms. Azra, for your wonderful speech as well as the opportunities that you have given us to be a part of this conference. And that closes up all of our closing speeches from the representative of the organizing committee. We would like to thank all of the 3 organizers of this event, APIEM, Taylor's University, and also UiTM, and to all the students and lecturers that work alongside each other to bring us this amazing conference.
We would like to also once again thank each paper presenter, keynote speaker, and moderators for being part of this event. It was amazing to work alongside each and every one of you, and we thank you for the knowledge and support that you have brought to the conference.
We look forward to seeing all participants again in the future events.
Yes, definitely. Thank you to all participants for joining us today. No matter where you are from, Malaysia, Philippines, or Indonesia, we are all part of one international audience, taking in the information that has been given to us.
Before we end this program, we would like to invite everyone to join our networking session for anyone who would like to meet other participants as well as industry professionals from today's program. We have 4 different rooms according to the research areas, which you can choose from as you can see on the screen.
So for room 1, we have business events, MICA industry, and incentive travel and destination development. For room 2, this room is about sustainability of events, green events, and the social and environmental impacts of events. For room 3, it is about entertainment events, music, performances and shows, and arts and cultural events. And lastly, for room 4, this room is about sports events, event marketing, marketing strategies, and the human resource management for events.
You can find the link for all of these rooms on the chat box of the platform you are currently watching from. After you have finished your networking session, you may leave the room, and that will be the end of the conference.
We will give around 1 hour for everybody for the networking session. Once again, thank you to all participants for joining us today and for taking the time to learn and listen to the information that the event industry professionals have provided for us. A final reminder that we will still be active on social media, posting pictures taken throughout the conference. We also have prepared digital souvenir bags for all registered attendees, and these have been provided and sent into your email, so do check it out. Lastly, remember to fill in the feedback form, especially for the people who have requested for their e-certificates. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my partner, Kiki. It was incredibly amazing to work with you.
Yes, I hope we'll be able to work with each other again in the future. So I guess that is all. We'll see you guys in the networking session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Please take note that room 3 and room 4 will open in a bit.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Jungle. Audio 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 Jungle.